Oh, that was pretty quick. I just dropped in a tape stop. I forgot to change the time. Sorry, boys. Welcome. That's well, that's a fun start. Welcome to the stream. I want to work on something that I worked on a while ago, except we're gonna try and make it good this time. So I'm kind of just gonna start from scratch, and I might drag in some tracks from the old version of the project. I listened back to the old version and I like the idea, but the sounds just need to be better. So I want to try to make some drum and bass, but with the techno kicks stuff that I was doing a while ago. So welcome. Let me switch to this view. Let me go full screen on that one. How are you doing, dude? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hope you are good as well. So yeah, I just want to see where we can take it today. I have an old version of the track here, which I can play real quick, I guess. I'll play it from here because the first part is just empty. But I'll just play it from here so that we kind of have an idea of what the original thing sounded like. And I just want to make it better, you know? I want to make it a similar thing, but then just make the sounds better and see where we get today. So this is what I had in the last time I worked on this. Basically just that. I think there was some extra percussion coming in. That's basically what we had. I might grab some of that percussion later, because that might actually come in handy. I want to make the kick better, and I want to make a more interesting intro to it. So there needs to be like an interesting intro. And I think we could probably start the intro with just like a kick but without any rumble. So just like have a 4 to the floor kick and probably high pass as well. So we just have that in the intro just continuously going. What BPM is that? This is just 172, so just regular drum and bass tempo. That's what we're going to be working at today. So I am not entirely sure what the key is of the original one. Not that I really care. I think I want to go for D sharp, but I'm not sure what the original key is. Like, there is not much of a key, maybe here. Oh yeah, it could be D sharp actually. That's a little too much for techno, yeah, but I don't care. I don't fucking care about that. I think it is actually D sharp, so that would be good. Let's just get started. Let's open up let's take Serum. That's too fast for techno, yeah, but I'm also not a techno producer. I make drum and bass, so hey. There you go. Problem solved. It's that simple. And who the fuck cares, you know? Like, who the hell is gonna say like, oh, hey, that's wrong, you can't do that. Yes, you can. You can do it. You can do anything you want. You can literally do anything you want. Doesn't matter. It's like whatever, you know. You can take whatever from a genre and incorporate it into a different genre. It doesn't mean that it's not okay, you know. You can just do it. We'll make a kick first. Yo, Kenny, what up? Hardcore kicks. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to go full on gabber kicks. That might be a bit too much. Like if we do this, that might be a bit too much. Actually, I'm just gonna leave this at 1/4, so it's just gonna be that length. Let's give it a bit of that. Let's make sure. Doesn't really matter too much, actually. Okay, let's back that down. Can have a little bit. Right around there, I think would be nice. And I might want to add some extra stuff to it later, like I might want to do an extra little thing like this. Put that on the pitch as well, so we can give it a little bit of extra punch here. That's without. That's with. Just adds a little bit of extra punch there at start. And then maybe we want to have some noise as well to emphasize the transient. Like I am a drum and bass producer after all, so let's just do what I would always do. And do that, do that. Okay, that's a good starting point for that. Like that's what we can have in the intro for sure. So This would be 16. Oh, 32 or not. Yo, no, 16, okay. This is 16 bars. What are we gonna have underneath this? Let's see. I might have something in maybe one of the Patreon packs that I can use. Let's see what we got. I might have to pitch it though, but that's fine. Oh yeah, I had a whole bunch of things here. That's in F, so let's do -2. Actually, let's see what we get. Okay, that one is not good at all. And let's just make something because easier. What should we use? What should we grab? Can do maybe an atmosphere. Just get some textural sound out of that, and then maybe put some effects on it to kind of generate some interesting atmosphere kind of stuff for in the intro. Atmosphere is always taking a good time, of course, so let's give it some time to load up. It's always the first time, and then after that it loads quicker, but it's fine. Where are you guys watching from right now, since we are waiting for Atmosphere? I see a couple of names that I don't really see in the chat a lot, so I'm wondering, where are you guys from? Let's hope Omnisphere doesn't crash Ableton. That would be really nice. If it cannot do that. Oh, there we go. Let's get rid of that one. Belgium. Did you guys have some stormy weather today? So well, it depends where in Belgium you are, of course, but you should have had something pretty similar to what we had here. Houston, Texas. That's on the other side of the planet. Delaware. That's also quite on the other side of the world. And Arizona as well. Loads of US people tonight. Austria. Hey Tender, welcome. Yeah, it was a bit stormy here last couple of days. We've had like loads of thunderstorms. Yes, not as yesterday. That was bad. Yeah, yesterday we had it was during the night. I was asleep or about to fall asleep, and I was kind of looking through my ceiling window, or my roof window, however you want to call it. It's basically an angled roof. So I was looking through the window, and I just saw like the flashes going on and shit, and I was kind of like falling asleep to the sound of the thunder, you know, and the rain on the roof, and suddenly I just see a flash appear and I have two windows, right? So one on either side of the room, and I see a flash appear in one window, and then like in a split second I see it also in the other window, and right after it, just the most loudest bang I've ever heard. I was wide awake. It was literally insane. And it kept rumbling on for like at least 30 seconds, just going and going, and I was like, holy shit, that was really close. That was like literally right above my head. Um and then after that it just kept going the entire night. And it was like today it was kind of similar, but today was more like a lot of rain, and just a lot of rain, like a lot of rain just in a really short time. Um but that one at night, holy shit. Like I was wide awake. Literally. It was absolutely insane. I thought I was like almost falling asleep, and then boom. Yeah, it was a good one. But I like it, man. I like thunder. It's good. As long as I'm inside. Well, if I'm outside, it's cool too. As long as I'm underneath something where I'm kind of safe from rain and shit, it's cool. As long as it doesn't hit me, right? Textures, soundscape, playable, something like that could be cool. Let's go to the all categories. We're gonna get a whole bunch more now, but that's fine. Yo. Okay, and then we're gonna go to textures. Let's try the soundscape one, see what we get. Might be some interesting stuff in there. Metal Bender Rumble. Oh yeah, we have the autoplay as well. That's cool. We can hear them. You were like one of those cartoons when they get struck or electrocuted, how you can see their bones. That would be hilarious. Um, no, it's like I kind of like it. You know, I would often like go outside if it's like a thunderstorm to shoot photos basically. Especially when I was on holiday in France. I was one time I was on holiday in France in the Alps, and we were kind of like in a valley besides a lake, and there was a thunderstorm coming, a pretty heavy thunderstorm, and I could literally see it come sort of like rolling over the mountain, which was really awesome. And I was just basically just by the lake at night, just shooting photos. But then, yeah, when it's almost where you are, you have to get inside quick because you know camera gear is quite expensive and it's not really that waterproof. So, um, I had to run then as well. But it's nice. I like doing that. It's kind of cool. But you have to be careful, you know. Especially if it's a pretty bad thunderstorm, you might wanna at least make sure you're not standing right beside a big tree or something. That might not be that smart. And also, you don't want to stand, you know, in an open field or something. That might also not be smart. Like you can be close to a couple of trees, that's fine, as long as you're not right under it. That's not smart because if that tree gets struck and you're standing like half a meter next to the tree, that might just jump over, you know? And the heat, I'm not sure, you might actually feel that as well. Yeah, I actually went out of bed and I turned off my computer as well because I was like, this is a pretty big storm, and that one lightning strike came awfully close because I saw it light up, right? And I could just see that the clouds were hanging really low as well. So I was like, that's getting pretty close. Let me turn all my stuff off. So I actually went out of bed and turned everything off because I had the same sort of like fear. You're saying you've lost a motherboard to a lightning strike. Yeah, exactly. That shit can happen, and yeah, it will literally fry all your equipment. Oh, I'm actually surprised you was still able to use it for a little bit. Like, would also be not that weird if it would just be completely dead, you know? Right away. I don't think a computer is made for that kind of, what is it, wattage or voltage? I'm not sure. Don't think it's made for that. Let's try textures playable. That might be giving us some more better sounds. Because those we can actually play. These are all a little bit more, so like atonal. Surge protection, yeah, I mean, I do have some stuff like that here, but just to be safe, you know? Just to be safe. Because it was just so close. I was like, yeah, this is not... This is too close for comfort. Turn it off. It's annoying me. Oh wait, I have an idea. Let me go and do... Oh, why am I browsing this? I actually have a whole folder of instrument racks that I saved with like stuff like this. So let's go there. Pads, lung, maybe, or atmosphere. Like I have a whole folder with patches, so I don't think it got the entirety of the bolt. Yeah, probably. I'm not sure. Like, but yeah, that sucks, man. That really sucks. Like, yeah, that already gives us more of a vibe. Let's see what we have in here, because there's a lot of patches that I saved in here. A lot of Omnisphere ones as well. So I basically just went through, on my own time, just went through a lot of the patches and saved ones that I liked into instrument racks, because Omnisphere is just a pain sometimes to browse. And there's still great sounds in it. Although it's a little bit slow every now and then when it loads, but it's fine. This was years ago though, high school. Take away more precautions. Oh wait, you said something. What did you say? Struck the transformer outside my house and boom, I didn't have it on surge protector. Oof. Oof. Big oof. Yeah, I mean, you learn from that as well, right? That's the whole thing. You learn from it. That's also why I went like, oh, like it never happened to me. Luckily, that I lost gear because of because of a lightning strike or something. But I know people who have, so. And I know one person who was pretty close to me who had it, and I was like, ever since I was like, oh, okay, when a really big lightning storm is coming, then I usually turn my stuff off, just to be sure. And it's probably gonna be fine if I leave it on, but still, just to be sure, because I don't want to lose like all my stuff, basically. Angel light. Well, let's hope you didn't fully jinx yourself now then. What a weird patch. It's not really what we need, but it's a weird ass patch. Yeah, it's a bit heavy. Let's see. Yeah, it's just better to switch it off, you know, just to be safe. I don't want to wake up the next morning and be like, wait, why is my computer not turning on? You know, that would suck so bad. That would literally be like, I don't know, 2.5 grand down the drain or something. Let's not do that. Yeah, unplugging, I guess that would be even better. But do you have to do that if you have a surge protection? I don't know. I mean, I guess it would be the smartest thing to do. Yo, DJ Hennessy, welcome. God damn it, Omnisphere is really slow today. Maybe it's the heat. It's still pretty hot in this room right now because it's been so warm the last couple of days. Thank you.
Mood booster.
Thank you, Max Farseer. Thank you. I'm probably the only producer who spent money on UPC for my studio, battery backup, current regulator, and surge protector. Yeah, that's nice. I've lost a lot of stuff, or I lost a bunch of stuff to electricity troubles. We ended up with a loose neutral, and it broke my computer while I was using it. Damn. Man, a lot of people seem to have had stuff like that. That really sucks, man. It's really not nice. I might play with FaceBlend. I updated already, so I should be having the new version now. I just want to find a good sound to get the intro started, you know? I just want to have a good sound to start the intro with. Texas power grid moment. Yeah, is it that bad? Is it that bad out there? I wouldn't know. Like, I've never been to Texas. I've never been to the U.S. actually. I've been to quite a few countries, but not the U.S. Never been on that side of the planet, sadly. I would love to go one day. Even if it would just be to skateboard, you know. I would love to go there. Why is my phone going crazy? What the fuck is going on? What's that? Important, it seems. Okay. Sucks. I mean, that one sounds alright. That's kind of cool, having that sweep through there. Kind of like that, so let's see if we can take that and then let's automate this down. Now we'll probably have to tweak that. It's really awful, partially because Texas refuses to be connected with a regional power grid for some reason. Okay. Yeah, I don't really have that much knowledge about sort of like the individual differences in between the laws and stuff in different US states. That's not really my expertise. So we can just let that sit there, which is kind of like in that gap. There is not really much going on there, so we don't really hear it here. So if we just leave it there, it's just gonna stay there. And we might even be able to sweep it back up, so like at the end, if we need sort of like a little extra rise thing. Yo, I'm Styles, also here. It's gonna be really low, but I want to see what it does to... Oh wait, we need to put it here so that we get this moving through it. Let's see what that does to it. Like, this is too low, but that's fine. There we go. Now we basically have two bands of frequency sweeping through it, because this is being pitched down here with an octave, but it's only pitching down that noisy area. So now we're kind of filling up this area with this, even though this peak now is not really doing much here, because there's not much happening in this area. But if we put an EQ after it, it should have filled up that area. Yeah, see? It's a little bit fuller now. It's kind of nice. We could even try. Should we try a third one? Let's duplicate this chain and let's put this one at -24. Let's see what we get. See, there's 3 areas here, so like sweeping down. Kind of cool. We can also try maybe this one instead of doing -24. What if we do -19? So it's the 5th, but then down. Should give us a little bit of a like richer, fuller sound. It's gonna be pretty subtle because it's noise, but ooh, that's weird. Ooh, that's weird. Did you hear that? Oh. What does that sound like on -24? Somewhere around here. Not much. Interesting, so just changing that to this one made so like a whole kind of thing come out. That's weird, but interesting. Makes sense, because we're sort of like creating a little bit of a chord kind of thing, but I didn't expect that that difference was going to be that big. I can hear that fifth in there. Okay, I kind of like this now. Let's just have that as the intro ambience for now. And go... Should we do a little bit of sidechain on it? Shut the fuck up. Neighbor's dogs are outside again, like usual. God fucking hell, damn it. Let's group you. And we'll group that and call it just kick. And then underneath here we can put an external instrument, and that's going to be the trigger for this one. So we're going to send that to LFO and now this LFO, even though it's at the end of the chain, which is there's probably going to be some latency. Yeah, there's 20 milliseconds of latency coming from this rack alone. But LFO is going to be triggered by the MIDI if we now do this, because there's a MIDI signal coming into it, so that way it's always going to be in time. It's basically always going to be in time with this kick, which is basically what you want. If we don't do that, and if we just leave this running like without it, so like that, it's always going to be 20 milliseconds later. So it's always going to be off from when that kick hits. So that's why you want to send something into it. Yeah, and then we can use that in the second half, make it come in. So let's leave it at 0 for the first half, and then in the second half, just gonna bring this up a bit, that at the end get a bit of that pumping kind of sound, maybe even go up all the way. And then let me also go back in here. And we're just going to start automating this up again. Might later with some other stuff. Let's see if we can. Let's think. I'm thinking some kind of an ARP would be cool. I'll just grab a serum for now, just so I can get the right notes. I kind of want to have sort of like a pattern that repeats over and over and over again, a short pattern, and then we'll just automate a lot of the parameters on it. So, I'm thinking of something, but what is it? Let me think. What is it I'm thinking of? What is the pattern? Starts on D sharp. Something like that, maybe. Might have to change the pattern later, but let's grab a different synth. Let's grab Vital. I've been feeling Vital lately. Actually, I'm gonna use Serum. Sorry. I'm gonna use Serum so we can utilize the LFO automation stuff. Fourth, fifth? What are you talking about? The lead notes, probably. No, I'm sorry. Fourth, third. The fourth would be... No, not feeling that. Let's see. We're gonna go in here, do that. Control that with macro. I have a different reverb. Let me make those a little longer. We're gonna bring that down. We're just gonna have the same one on that. So we get that, and then we can do this one and curve it up so the volume is basically coming up faster than what the filter is doing. And then we can play with the speed of this one. You made a track yesterday and you loved it. Made it today, or listened to it today and it sucked. Yeah, that happens. Let's call this filter envelope. It still sounds like crap right now, but don't worry. Maybe that. We can also lock this one. Yo. Somewhere, doesn't really matter where, and then lock this one as well, so every one is going to be the same. It's not changing all the time, and then we can really start messing with this and see what sounds cool. So, let's move that one up. Let's do you in there. Let's chuck some reverb on it. Valhalla vintage verb maybe. Yeah, I know in Faceplant you can what? You can do it in Faceplant now as well. I think it works different, but I think you have now something like wavetables for the modulators, which is quite interesting. I haven't played around with it yet though, so I don't know. I have to check it. I haven't really used it yet. Yo, come on. You're just a delay. That one is sometimes sounding different Is it me, or is it just sometimes different? I think that one is not the same every single time. Which one? What do we have now? Do we have that one? Let's just do the -24. So it's just gonna be D sharp. That pad. Right now the delay is in front of the reverb. The reverb is here, and this is the delay. So let's turn MPE off. And let me grab one of these. Like, I can use this filter here and this modulation, but it's a little bit, you know, it's not really gonna give us the ability to do it in time. So this one we can actually sync, and then we can just map that to here. That's gonna wiggle around, and then we're just gonna set the range to be something like that. Oh, fuck. Wiggle around. Okay, let's do slower. And what was the phase again? Oh, here. Dun. It's basically bringing the dry wet down every time this one hits. So it's not cluttering up the actual hit itself, which is kind of nice. Yeah, we can do some pretty cool stuff with that. So we probably want to start quite like that. So let's also map one to here. Why are you showing up? Okay, good. Yeah, that sounds like about as slow as we want it to be, so let's do rate. I'm just kind of trying to come up with an interesting patch that we can use and automate over time. It's good for now. Yeah, this one definitely sounds different every now and then. It sounds completely different now than it did in the last time. Let's see. Let me just this one is probably gonna come in here, actually. Like, we're probably just gonna have... Sometimes you also want to check what it sounds like without other layers, because that layer sounds cool. That one as well. Like, it sounds cool, it's just for that one area every now and then it's just gets completely different. That one sounds good. Okay, let me just freeze this. Or what would be smart to do is freeze it without any of this on it. So let me just cut these right now. And then we're gonna group. Then we're just gonna drop this on here. So we can freeze flatten this track without affecting what this is doing. Just have to make sure that this is sending to that group. Okay, there we go. Then we can just freeze this one and see what we get out of it. So that's going to be the same every time. There's nothing more annoying than a sound that keeps changing when it doesn't need to change. Let's see if it sounds good right now. Yeah, that's fine. We can flatten that. We can move all of these back. So they're on this track again. And ungroup that one. Make sure the automation is still there. Oh, for some reason it has actually done it now. Maybe because I dragged them over to the other track instead of cutting them away. Yeah, sometimes you just want to bounce something multiple times and see which one comes out best. Really depends. Sometimes sounds will sound exactly the same, but depending on what you're doing, it might not, you know? What do you put on your master while you're making a track? Basically just a limiter. Right now there's just a limiter. The rest is all not doing anything to the sound. So, it's just a limiter. And it's not even doing anything right now, it's just sitting there. It's not really doing much. Or anything at all. But it's just there, you know, for when we start to get a bit louder. Then we want to have it there, so it's not going to clip. And everything else is not really stuff that's doing anything right now. This is just the visualizers, and this is just if I want to check what it sounds like in mono. That's basically it. Let's just have it start right there. Let's just start automating some stuff here. Maybe we should have this one as well. That might work. I kind of like it that and then we are gonna go and start with automating this, I guess. So we have this here. It's fine. We're probably gonna have to tweak a lot of that, but That's fine. Should we start? I actually don't have this on anymore at the moment, and I kind of like it. Oh, let's use this one. What limiter I use? FabFilter Pro L2. Okay. I'm not sure if we are going to use this layer, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's go in here. Let's bring this one in here. And then here, we're probably going to have the full kick come in. This is, what, 32 bars, right? Yeah, 32 bars. I think we'll do 32 bars for now, as an intro. Then here, we want to have these turn off. So, we might also want to automate these, by the way. Especially this one. Like in that second half, we might want to automate this down a bit, so we get a bit more... a little bit. Curve it like that. Maybe make it start here. It's not gonna happen right away. Okay. Then let's go here. Then we want to have that one. Just gonna turn you off. Somewhere right here. So it's not gonna click. Because there's nothing there. It's also not affecting the first one because we're doing it before that one comes in. And then the same with this one. Just do that. God damn it. Actually, let's group that. Create another chain, and then let's put some EQ on that reverb layer. The metronome is not taking. There's no metronome. I mean, you could see it as a metronome, yeah, I agree. Okay. So let's work on this section here. So we have this kick. It's a bit long actually. What I'm going to do is I'm just gonna make it that. Something like that. And I know it's still pretty short, but bear with us. We'll get to that. We can just do that. Go. And let's see what we can do. Let's grab this one for now. Let me just solo this. Bring that up to 100%. Let's turn that off, turn that off, turn that off. Well, we might be able to use that. Okay, that will work. Hey guys, when making a break from scratch, any tips to get a hi-hat to naturally gel with the ghost snare? Or is it just sound selection? I mean, it could be anything. It literally depends on the sounds, but usually I find EQing the hi-hats just is the main thing that you have to do. Make sure that there's no low end in them, you know, because you don't need it. A lot of times you really only need the high frequencies from a hi-hat, so better to get everything out of there that you don't need, because otherwise it's just going to clash with other things. So that's the main thing. And then after that, I usually just saturate everything together, and that usually works pretty well. Smash it through a saturator. Oh yeah, we need to make it mono as well. Don't forget to make it mono, because this would be part of the sub, so... Oh. Let's just turn that on. See, it automatically loses all of that, but that's fine. Yeah, I know I can also, let's say if we have this group here, like we can also increase that here, but we have to probably do it first on the other layer, right here, to get some of that up. But it is going to be very muddy, and I know that's kind of like the thing in techno, but I would like that to be a little bit cleaner. Like you can see it right here, right? If we resample this, you can kind of see what's happening. And we can already see, we take this, that the sub isn't really a steady oscillation, right? So I would actually want to have, see, that's the drum and bass guy in me. I would like to have like a bit more of an actual sub in here. That is just like the frequency of the root of the track, which we can add. Just add like we're gonna add like a separate bass layer, and this reverb layer is probably gonna be used more for like some extra texture. So I might actually leave a little bit of width in it as well, to be able to have it a little bit of width on top of that. So like bass layer. Sleepnet inspired? No, not necessarily. Just I did this a while ago. Like you can see it in the one from a while back. Like if we zoom in on this one is also a little bit fucked. See? There's some other stuff happening in here. That's why I wanted to redo this one, because the kick in this one just has that weird fluttery thing in the middle of the kick bass thing, which doesn't really work. And the kick feels a little bit long on this as well. I don't really like how this kick is shaped. But you can see how that has a bit of a, like if we don't look at this part, like let's just assume that this part is just sort of like a nice oscillation continuing into here. Then it's a much cleaner sub, as opposed to something that goes all over the place, like what happens here. See, if we look at the oscillation, it's going all over the place. And in techno you see people doing that quite a bit, but I don't necessarily like that always. I mean, it is separate right now. It is separate. We've got two tracks. This is the kick, and this is where the rum was coming from. Like, we're not hearing it unless we do that, but then we also hear that, so... But it's coming from here. Not sure how... Can we play this without hearing that one? That's weird. I'm not sure how that would... Yeah, we can play that without it, but that's fine. Like, I would want to use that more for like an extra layer. So probably in here we can... we can probably use this track actually. That might make it a little bit easier as well. So let's drop another serum in here. And if we play this one now, let me actually mute this one so we only get the kick channel. We have that. Right, so now all we gotta do is make ourselves a bass layer. Let's load up the same waveform as we had in the kick. I'm gonna do this, and we might have to play around with the phase to get it to align properly. But what we want to do now, bring this down. There we go. And we could do it in the same patch, but you know, it might actually be easier if we do it in the kick patch, but if we do it in here, we have to extend this one. Might be doable. Let's just duplicate that one so we don't fuck it up. Or so that we don't fuck up the original one. Let's see. If we... That would give us a really solid sub in the kick. see what we get. We have a bunch of serums now. Let's turn this on. Let's see what happens to this one now, because look at that. See? Much clearer than what it was before. Even though we still have like the sub from this as well. But let's see what happens if we record this now. See, it's still a little bit all over the place, but it's much cleaner than what it was before. And if we EQ the reverb layer to not include the low end, then we should be able to get that really clean sub back. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can do. But like, I kind of want to do it in a separate layer so that I can... Well, let's try doing the EQ here first. Let's do this one. Just... That already looks so much cleaner there. Like that oscillation isn't there, but it's still here. It gets a little... That's where the volume of the serum also goes down. Like that's where this is. So we bring that up. See, there's a little bit of a movement happening, but we have that clear, so like sub frequency in it. If we zoom out a little, you can see it's a pretty steady sub. And we still get that reverb sound as well on top of it. So if we now go, oh, let me do that. We now go here. Might be a bit much. Let's have a little bit of width in there, maybe 25%. 20. Just a tiny bit. See, it doesn't even sound that different from here to there. Like the sub gets cleaner, but in terms of that, other than that, it's not really much of a change. So we can get away with just doing that. But the problem now is going to be that this section is probably going to sound different. Because that sub will probably also start creeping in a little bit towards the end here. See, we can hear it already. That there is a long tail on it. And that's why I want to split it up into 2 layers. So that you can kind of have one layer that is the short kick, and then in the part where this section comes in, then we have the longer version coming in as well. So let me try what I said before, which is just using a second... not sure if that was turned off. Well, okay, now it's turned on again. Let's just use a second serum and see what we can do with that. Then we can actually mute this in the first section and then turn it on right here. So that it's on right there and it's off right here. So this just sounds like that. Is that the right one? Yeah. And then now we need to go in here. Why is this not doing anything? Why is there nothing coming from this one? There's a serum on it. What? Why is this one not? Okay, that's weird. No clue why that is happening. Let's remove that track. I think it got bugged for some reason. Let's drag a new one in here. Yeah, it works again. Okay, weird. No clue why that was not getting any MIDI. That was weird. Do that, do that, do that. Now, if we play it now, we're gonna get it doubled up. Right? So what we're gonna do is turn MPE off first. And then in here, all we have to do basically is just move this down. Map this one to here. Leave it on 1.4. And then all we want to do is basically just do something like this. Something like that. So where the kick is starting to decay down, we want this one to come up. And if we align the phase correctly, it will flow perfectly into one another without doing any sidechain. So we just need to record it, and then we can play around with the shape of it later and the sound of it. But if we just record this to see where it overlaps, see, it's a little bit out of phase. We get a little thing here, but if we adjust the phase of that base layer here, not sure which direction. Well, we can only go ahead, so let's just do 90. Let's see what we get. See? Perfect sub bass. It's a little bit, there's a little slowing down here, very subtly, but it's basically good enough. We can add a little bit of release here, so we just get a bit more tail at the end here. There we go. Don't want to have it continue all the way down to the next one, but just sort of like decaying down there at the end. Maybe a little bit less. Yo. Yeah, that's pretty good. So now we have basically that sub is now just flowing perfectly into from the kick into it's flowing perfectly from the kick into the sub, and we can now play with this sub layer to just make it sound however we want. We can add some more like that, and we can of course do, for instance, something like this. Let's try this. Put that on here. Give it a bit of, already sort of like a pumping kind of sound. So this is just a wavetable with basically just a sine wave, and then goes into a rounded square, a little bit more rounded square, a little bit more square, more square, more square. It basically just gets more and more square towards the end. That way you can just dial it in how much of it you need. And it's the same sound that you would get if you would distort a sine wave, but without distorting it. See, if you would soft clip a sine wave, you're gonna get this exact same sound. But we're not soft clipping it, so it's done at the oscillator level, which is always gonna be a lot better to do. Because that way it stays a lot cleaner. Okay, so let's bring this one back. And we can see the sub is pretty consistent. So that's good. Still don't like it entirely, how it sounds, but we'll get to that. Okay, that works. I'm gonna listen to it real quick on my speakers. Just listen to this section. And I'm also gonna drop something into my mouth because I'm getting a headache. So I'm just gonna take some medicine so my headache goes away. One moment. Okay, yeah, the sub is pretty good. The sub is pretty clean now. That's pretty nice. Let me grab that. So I have the I do like the vocal in the original one. This little that vocal is good. So I know exactly what the where the vocal is. It's a sample that I took from Fear and Loading in Las Vegas. So let's see, where is that sample? Is it in here? It's probably in here. Where are you? Ah. It's probably this one. Yeah, I think that's it. That's the one that contained that vocal sample. I think it was somewhere here at the end. Classic vocal.
We had 2 bags of grass.
Wait. I'm not sure if this would get copyrighted, but that's why we're gonna pitch it down.
We had 2 bags of grass, 75 pellets of mescaline,
5 sheets of high-powered
blotter acid, a salt shaker half full of cocaine, a whole galaxy of multicolored uppers, downers, screamers, laughers, also a quarter tequila, quarter rum, case of beer, pint of raw ether, and 2 dozen amyls. Not that we needed all that for the trip, but once you get locked into it.
There we go. Once you get locked. There we go. That's the vocal sample. Drop that right there.
Once you get locked. Once you get locked
and let's check it.
Once you get locked. 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 Once you get locked.
Once you get locked.
Once you get locked. Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
That way we get that nice stereo thing from Little Alto Boy.
Once you get locked.
It just has that interesting stereo kind of thing, which is always cool on like little vocals and stuff.
Once you get locked. Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
And we can
Once you get locked.
kind of
Once you get locked.
sort of like play with that format, which is always nice.
Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
Yeah, I saved just now.
Once you get locked. Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
And give it a bit of drive.
Once you get locked.
And let's just chuck the Ableton limiter on that just to be sure. Let's do that. Get a bit more distortion.
Once you get locked. Once you get
Like if we boost this,
once you get locked.
you can really hear
Once you get locked.
how it's kind of distorting a little bit more. If we bring this up,
Once you get locked.
it's a lot cleaner.
Once you get locked.
Just gets a lot sort of like grittier if we do that. Let's drag this down a bit instead so it doesn't get that much louder, but it's just
Once you get locked.
crushing that.
Once you get locked.
those peaks a little.
Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
Dun, dun, dun. I'm still not entirely happy with that thing. Now I want to have sort of like another version of this one. Let me just duplicate that. And
once you get locked. Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
kind of want to do we're gonna have to cut that up quite a bit.
Once you get locked. You get locked. You get locked. Get locked. Get locked. Get locked. Get locked.
That might be too far actually. One moment. I'm just copying the pattern of this one now, but I wanna.
Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
Holy shit. Woo. Sorry, boys, if that scared you. Woo. Woo, that feels a lot better.
Once you get locked. Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
That might actually be already pretty good if we're gonna put some effects on it. Like what we want is we basically just want to have something like that just repeats.
Once you get locked. Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
But I'm thinking it might be cool to turn it into a wavetable or something, that vocal, so we can kind of change how fast and shit it goes.
Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
Didn't I have a resampled version of that vocal as well in the old project? Let's save. Let's see. Should be this one then, I think. Vocals. Let's just drag the vocal group in. Ah yeah, see, I have this one here. Wasn't that a long resampled file? Hey, it is. If we take a piece of that and chuck it on here. Hey. It's already pitched down, right? It has a reverb on it as well. That's quite annoying. But that's kind of what I want. That. See? So you kind of get that, but this has a reverb in it. That's kind of annoying. let me not delete all of those for now. Let me just chuck this here. See what else is in this file. See if we have one without reverb. That would be really good. Like, there's no reverb on this track, right? No, it's just OTT probably that might be bring some stuff up as well.
Once you get locked.
With what did I process it?
Once you get locked.
Probably a portal. Sounds like it is a portal that I put on that vocal. Ooh, do you hear that part there? Like those kind of things. That's something like that is what we want. What if we take this vocal? We'll just turn this one off for now. What if we take this vocal? Let's just duplicate the track and chuck that right here. Not there. Right there.
Once you get locked.
And then repeat that every bar. Maybe. And then we'll put a portal on it and see if we can get a similar thing. I wish I knew which preset it was, because then we could remake it real quick without the reverb. I'm not sure why I resampled it with reverb back then. Might have also been coming from Portal, now I think of it, because Portal has reverb in it. Of course.
Once you get locked. 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 Once you get locked.
Let's see if it's one of the favorites. Probably not. Oh! Found it! Found it! Holy shit, that was lucky. Yeah, that's that patch. 100%. So where's the reverb? Here. Reverb. Let's turn you off. And this panning is a little bit crazy as well. Can we can only remove it. We cannot bypass it. Okay. Well, then we're gonna remove it. So yeah, we want to have this randomized so that we can resample it. Ooh, that's gonna be sick. I say we do a little resample on this one now. Probably without these, to be honest. So we'll have Portal in front of here. And then we'll just chuck this, cut these. We'll just chuck those in a group real quick so we can still hear it with that. And then we will just resample this, and then we will just resample the output of that track. So we're just gonna take the output of track 12 in here. And then we should, yeah, get that into there. So we can just do that, so we don't hear it twice. And then, actually, I'm gonna leave this in front of it, because it's bringing up some of the things that I don't want it to bring up. It's so like, this needs to be after it, so yeah, it's not bringing up those weird noisy things. doesn't really matter too much. Okay. And then we can record this. And we're just going to record a couple of passes probably. I might go and tweak some of the portal as well, so we get like a bunch of different things. Where did you get that vocal from? Well, that's from a movie. And if we zoom in, you can see which movie it is. You can even see, if you just type this in into Google, you're probably gonna get the video I sampled it from. Or maybe not. Maybe somebody just ripped this from YouTube, and I don't think I did. But I think it was in one of my folders of like random vocal samples, so. Okay, so let's do this. And because the portal is humanizing itself every time, we get different variations on it. And let's see if we can... See, changing this is going to change. We're gonna get that weird. Ooh, that could also be cool for the one right in front of the drop. Okay. Plenty of stuff there. This one is sounding really cool as well. I love that one. That that's so good. You can kind of still faintly hear that vocal in it. Could be cool for like a little section somewhere. So that was 4 passes. Oh, more. 6. Now we have a whole bunch of ones that we can pick from. So we can get rid of this one. Let's set this one to be just that. Oh, now you hear me twice. Let's just do no input. I should still change that. Every track I make has the external input as a default, but if I do this... Yo. 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 Oh, it's not working. Oh, whatever. Oh yeah, portal is on here. Let's take that away. Which one are we gonna use? Ooh, now I'm thinking. I might have an even better idea. How we can control it. Like we have these for like we can use, but I'm thinking in the build or in the intro, I should say. It would be cool if the vocal sort of like, I guess, we have this effect, but that we can control it so that it starts like maybe as I don't know, maybe start as a fast one or as a slow one probably. So maybe start something like this, like start something like that, and then gradually morph over time into a faster one, so that at the end of the intro we get that, and then so like progressively gets more and more like that. So we would have to go into Portal, and we would have to alter the Portal patch so that it doesn't humanize itself, but that we can control. Can we do that? Like if we bring this all the way down, then it's going to be the same every time. And then we would have to do something with these to get that to work. So that is... Yeah, so... Okay, so that purple one is controlling the speed already. So we can use that. Let's make it go down. I need to bring this one down. Yeah, see, that's now doing the same thing. Let me bring this one down a bit. We just want it to be the same every time it loops, so that we can sort of like start modulating it over time. And let's see, let me just remove that one. This one, we don't want to have that one. So that's just modulating that. And then we have this one to kind of change what it's doing, so... What the fuck? Okay. So now let's take this one, put it on here, also going down. Ooh. Ooh, that's cool as well. But we can... Actually, what if we remove this and use this one, so that we can change them separate from each other? And we can also have that. Okay, now we can control those separate from each other. This might be a little bit slow here, but why don't we get the first part though? That's something I don't get. That's not doing anything. Is that doing something? Not much. We have this as well, of course. I think it just needs to be... I mean, it's alright, I guess. We can just play around with this position. It's not the same every time, though. That's something I don't really get. Rate is 1 bar. Yeah, that is turn on. This one also... What is this one controlling? Can we see what this one is controlling? Is there a way... Does somebody know? Is there a way to see where this is mapped to? Because it's clearly doing something. And oh wait, is it maybe mapped to here? No. Where is that mapped to? Or is it just not mapped to anything? And it's just trying to fool us? I don't see a red thing somewhere, so... I don't think it's mapped to something. I mean, it's alright. Let's see what happens if we automate this one. We want that, and then we want to automate that one. Okay, let me do this, and we want that one, we want that one, and I think that's it.
Once you get locked, once you get locked, once you get locked, once you get locked.
Oh, turn that one on.
Once you get locked, 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 once you get
We'll probably replace the last one, but do we want to have this start here or here? Probably here. Just automate this down.
once you get locked.
And still a little bit uncontrollable, if you get what I mean. But I don't know. Might just have to do with it.
Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
We only want the low end on the last one. And let's see if we can automate this one a little bit as well.
Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
Okay, let's see. This one. Let's make this one a little bit louder. Or actually, let me just crank this one up a little bit. That's going. And then we can play with, yeah, okay, then we can play with these ones. And so like blend them in terms of the volume. So let's group this call you vocals. This is the old one. I'll just chuck that in this group. Oh, we can't do that, of course. I need to make another track here. Just chuck those in here as well. Might be able to use them. Just turn them off. Let's just delete that automation. And it's time we bring in some percussion. I have percussion in the other project, so I'm gonna drag those over. It's gonna save us a bunch of time. So we have, yeah, basically the entire drums group. The entire drums group from the old project. I liked the drums in that old project, except for the kick, but the other drums are pretty good. Like all of that stuff here. So we can use this. Let's chuck that right over there. We also have an impact, I think. Gonna use that. We need that. Don't think so, but
Once you get locked,
we need something in here, of course. I'm not sure yet what. And we're gonna cut out the last kick. But we have to probably do it with this. I can try what happens if we cut this one away, but I think it's also going to affect the rest of the sound. So let's see. We mute that one. What happens? Oh, that actually works perfectly. How I import the old channels? In your browser, you just go to whatever you want to drag in. Let me open a couple of these so that you can actually see it. Just quickly gonna open some tracks that are below it. So I had this one. So you can just open up a project in your browser, like here, this is the project file, and then these are the groups. And then I can literally just take one of these groups and just drag it in, like that. Or you can go into the group. Oh, my bad, I clicked it with, let me show it in one of these. You can take, for instance, there's not really much groups in here, I think, but we have one with more groups. Yeah, not really, but you can even open up the groups and then drag the individual tracks in. You can go to a track here and open the track up and import just the devices into a track. Like if you're on the latest version of Ableton, I am on the latest version, so that's, what is that, 11 point something? But it's really helpful, because sometimes I will be working on a track and I'll get to a point where I'm like, it's a good idea, but it needs to be a lot better. And a lot of times what I'll do at that point is just keep the idea in my head, but just start from scratch and just try and make the same thing but better. And if I do that, I want to have a clean slate, right? I want to have a clean project so I don't get distracted by any of the old stuff. And then when I need something that I know was in the old project that is good, I can just drag it in. It's really helpful. It definitely helps a lot. So yeah, we're gonna focus on this section here. So after 8 bars, we have 1 break in the kick here. And then we're gonna probably take out the last 3 in this one. This head is a little bit loud, I think, but we might have to find a different head. Yeah, it's also distorting a little bit. Let me bring the limiter down a bit. Yeah, see? Doesn't distort. I didn't expect that one to come in, but kind of worked. Let me just move it aside. Oh yeah, I had the old vocal here. See, there you have the old vocal is a little bit weird. It's a bit low pitched as well. Okay, that's good. But in this section here, I want to have a piece of that vocal as well. So probably one of that resampled file. Let me just take this and just drop it right there. See which one. Maybe one of those. See which one. Preferably one that stops before the third beat. That would be good. Like for instance that one. Okay. Yeah, I'm mostly focusing on that kick right now. Let me take that away, do that, so we can just copy this. So we have the same gap here. And then in this section, I think we want to have that high pass coming in again before we go into the next section. So this would be 32 bars. So this is 32 bars. Let's say the last 8 bars, or last 8 bars, we're going to have the high pass coming in again. So let's go and do that. Might want to rename those first before we do anything. So let's call this autofilter high pass, and let's call this autofilter low pass, so that they actually show up like that on here. High pass and low pass. That way we don't have to check which one is which. And we can turn the high pass on right here. And I'm gonna turn it on right before there, so that we, or maybe just slightly before it, so that it doesn't affect the transient of that first kick. And then we might want to turn the bass off. Let me actually rename that one and turn it into bass. And put that right there. This kick, we don't need it anymore. That's the one that we had before. Where I tried the longer version. We're doing it in one patch, so. And then here, I'm gonna see what happens if we mute that bass track. So let's just turn that one off. And that one we can keep on here. It doesn't matter. There's nothing happening at the start of that one. There's like an attack on it, so. Now we just get the kick in this section. And it sounds a little bit empty still, but we need like a rise or something, or like. And then here we're gonna have the kick coming back. So we'll have that coming back. And then we're gonna turn that one off again. Do it right before the beat. Somewhere around there. And then we're gonna play around here. We'll see what happens there. I don't know yet. You're on 11. Yeah, it's a new feature from Live 11. If I'm correct, I think it was Live 11, and I think with Live 11.6 something they added because I don't think the importing devices straight from the browser was already a thing in the first version of Live 11. I think they added that either in version 1.5 or 1.5, 11.5, or what is that? 11.1.5, I think it is. What version am I on? Not sure if this let me do this to be sure. I'm not sure if I open up that window if it actually shows my serial number. Don't want to show that. Let's see, about live. I'm on 11.1.5, and it does show my serial number and my email address. Good thing that I did that. 11.1.5 is what I'm running, but I think it was 11.1 where they added the imported devices straight from the browser, and I think before that you could just open up the groups and drag the tracks in. The devices was quite recent. Like the devices is basically just the effects or the instruments that are on the track itself without dragging the track in. So you, like if you drag the track in, it also drags in all the MIDI clips on the track, right? Drags all the MIDI clips in and all the stuff that's on the track. If it's an audio track, it will also bring in all the audio files that are on that track. If you do just the devices, then it's literally taking the effects chain that is on that track and just putting that on the track without importing all the samples that are on that track or importing the instruments that's on it. Well, if it's an instrument, then it would import the instrument, but not import the MIDI clips that are triggering that instrument. So, but it's kind of nice. It's kind of a good feature. Let me close that again. I don't get why would they do that? Why would they put the serial number on that window, like the about window where you see the version? I get it, like back in the day people didn't do live streams, but times have changed, mate. There's so many people live streaming, you don't want to accidentally just show your serial number and the email address as well. Like you're gonna get spam emails and you're gonna maybe get somebody taking your serial number. But I'm smart. I'm smart. I don't like how the vocal comes in yet, but we need some more stuff in that intro as well, so it doesn't really matter at this point. We can make the intro better later. It kinda has the feel that we need it to have. It's just not perfect, it's just a little bit sloppy, you know, but that's fine. The sound is good from the intro, so that's all that matters. Yeah, I wanna see if I can get these two to layer and be loud without distorting. Especially these. I'm like, why does that head distort so much with that one? It doesn't now, but let's see how far we can push it. See there, it starts distorting. Now there the sub is good, sustained. So if we now what if we tweak the limiter a little bit? That takes it away. I've sort of been putting off upgrading from 10 to 11. Is it tedious with plugins and setups from previous versions? Not that I know. I don't really have any issues. I've been opening old projects from like Ableton 7 and Ableton 8 even, and it just works fine. The only thing is that, well, no, that doesn't even happen either. Like, I was gonna say, like, some of the devices have changed, like the chorus and stuff like that. But if you drag an old project, or if you open an old project in Live 11, it will just open it with the old chorus device, and not with the new one. It'll just have like a little button probably on top of the device title bar that says update. And if you click that, it replaces it with the new one. But it just opens it up with the old version of the devices. So you can just open it up and just bounce the track or something, or just keep using it. Like, you can even save the old chorus as a preset in your browser, and you can have the old chorus. Like, there's actually also in the packs, I think you've got, where is it, core library? Yeah, you've got core library, and in there I believe you can also find audio effects, and there should also be, yeah, a folder called legacy, and there you have the old devices. So you've got the old chorus, the old flanger, the old frequency shifter, and the old bit crusher as well. So you can just use those still. They're still there. They've just been replaced with newer updated devices, and there have been a lot of new devices that have been added, but it will open up old projects just fine. Just make sure that you do a collect all and save if you move stuff around, because you want to make sure that all the samples are there and it knows where to find the samples. So if you are, so like what I was doing, I was migrating from one operating system to a new one. I had to basically just do a collect all and save on all my project files, open them one by one, do a collect all and save. And that took a really long time. So I would advise you as well, at the end of each session, do collect all and save instead of just a regular save. Because if you have to move your project files, like, you might not care about it right now, but if there is going to be a day where you need to move all your project files or reinstall your operating system, and I don't know, a drive letter changes or something in the process, you're going to have to re-find all of your samples in your project files. And if you just do collect all and save, so go in here and choose collect all and save, it's going to ask you what you want to copy to the project folder. So all your samples, all your stuff that you're using in here, it's just going to copy them into the project folder. So if you then open them up even on a different computer, it's just going to load perfectly fine. Just make sure you've installed all your plugins, and even if that is not all installed, when you open up a project file, it'll just tell you. It'll just say like, yo, this plugin is missing, or yo, we've got a missing plugin. And then all you have to do is just fix that. Yeah, it's and I like, at first when Live 11 came out, I was like, not sure if it's worthy of an actual version update, but honestly, it's definitely worth it. There've been a lot of good updates. I mean, the MPE stuff in general, that already is really nice to have. I mean, I guess it's cleaner like that when we have the limiter. Like, normally I would actually set my limiter up to be basically just clipping like that, but then it distorts, see, on that hi-hat. So we need to sort of like have the attack faster. And then it doesn't distort. So that works. That's a little bit better. Okay. What is this? Noisy kind of sound. That might actually be quite helpful for that next section. No, grid is still not fixed. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. When you make a MIDI clip, it's so annoying. I know. It's really annoying, and I hate it as well, but I don't know why. They fixed it half. basically. They fixed 50% of that bug. Well, it's not a bug. Ableton says it's actually intentional, but I don't get why they did it. It makes no sense. Like, if I make a MIDI clip, you know, and I make a MIDI clip that's, I don't know, short, it's fine, you know. It snaps to 16s. Now I've only made a 1 beat long MIDI clip, so it's fine. You know, I can click in fine. But if I make a MIDI clip that's like 16, well, what is that? 4 bars, or even longer. Let's do 16. It's still... Fuck. Snaps to 16s. And it's so annoying, because now, if I make such a long file, such a long clip, I don't want to have 16s, right? So why is it not set to adaptive narrow? So that whatever the size is, it just is going to be like that. That's what it needs to be. So that when we do this, see, now it's again back to 16s, but if it's just on narrow, it will depend on what your zoom level is. So if it's just default on narrow, which what it was before, but it changed. I'm not sure why they did it. Because it makes no sense, because you're not always going to make the same length MIDI clips, right? If you're making an intro pad, or like an intro atmosphere, and your intro is 32 or 64 bars long, then you might just make a MIDI clip for the entire duration of the intro. And if it snaps to 16s, then you're going to have like tiny, tiny grid lines in there. So, yeah. And if it's just narrow, which is adaptive, it looks at what the length of that clip is, and then it adjusts the grid accordingly. So, yeah. Really no idea why they changed that. No, it's not. You can't say it. Save it as a default, or at least I have tried that when it was changed, and nope, you can't save it. Not in your default project, not in your template or anything. You can't save it as a default for the track. I don't know. It just doesn't want to save as a default. But the weirdest thing is as well, I was browsing the Ableton forum and like the Ableton Centicode forum, which like where you can do the bug reports for like beta testers. And there's multiple people that raised the issue, and it also isn't the same for everybody. Some people are saying, "Oh, for me it just is still on adaptive narrow," and other people are saying, "Oh, for me it actually snaps by default to 1/8." And then for me, it goes to 1/16. And then I've also seen somebody who said, "Oh, for me, it actually snaps to beats." And I'm like, what the hell? So it's like, it clearly seems like a bug, but Ableton says it's intentional. They fixed it in session view, though. Here they fixed it. At least they said. If we make a MIDI clip, it's on 16s, okay. Let me set this to narrow. Let me make another MIDI clip. 16s. Okay, well then they didn't fix it there either. But they said it. They said they did. But yeah, it's weird, man. It's really weird. And I would really, but I kind of got used to it at this point. At this point, when I make a MIDI clip, the first thing I do, it's literally just I make a MIDI clip, and the first thing I do is just right-click narrow. That's just the first thing I do now. So it just became second nature. Like, it's just muscle memory at this point. But I would still like it for them to actually just set it to adaptive narrow. Because that's the one that makes the most sense. Very odd feature, yeah. Why would you set it to a fixed grid size if you are not gonna have the same sized MIDI clips? Or the same... Like, even... Like, imagine that it would be for this... This grid is actually saved. Like, I think, this one. If I make a new project file, I have the grid automatically set to adaptive narrow. Imagine this one doing that. Like, imagine this one would automatically be set to 16s. Look at it. Like, if you would be looking at your full track, you're gonna have, like... You can't even click on the start of a beat because there's too many grid lines. You don't even see all of them. Right? So... Imagine that happening here. It makes no sense. Just set it to narrow so that whatever happens, it just changes. That would be so much better. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, what are we gonna do in the drop? What are we gonna add? Because we need something extra in the drop for sure. Might also be nice to have this one just be in the entire intro. The entire duration of the intro. So you can already hear it, so like creeping in a little.
Once you get locked.
Still a little bit scuffed there in the intro, but it's fine. What are we gonna add in this drop? That's the question. What are we gonna do in the drop? That's the main thing I'm thinking about right now. What can we add in this area? Might want to check on my speakers. Which means I'm muting the mic for a bit, but I'll be back in just...
Once you get locked. Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
Question is, can we automate this? I guess we can, because that's the detune range. So if we set that to, I don't know, 10 or something, we can use this. Control it. How come this oscillator gives these harmonics? That's because of this thing right here. Changing this is going to give us some really interesting stuff. Oh yeah, we also have subharmonics now. That could also be cool. Woo! I like that sound. So it's now 19 semitones apart, these two saw waves. We now basically have two saw waves that are 19 semitones apart from each other, if I'm correct. Well, no. It's subharmonics. I'm not sure what it's doing. But it sounds cool. Let's see. Somebody's saying has some issue. What are you having in terms of an issue? Anyone here ever use two monitors and have problem with using plugins? I have a second monitor plugged into my laptop. My plugins work fine on the laptop screen, but when I drag them over to my second monitor, the user interface freezes on the plugin. No. I don't really know what that would be about. That's weird. Like, I'm using two screens as well, but no, I've never had that. I was thinking it was an OpenGL problem, but I updated my drivers and I still have the problem. Yeah. I would think it... Yeah, I would think it probably has something to do with your video card, though. With like your graphics drivers. I would assume, though. I think. Vital is one of the plugins that don't work properly. Well, Vital does use some... especially the new version. They've also added some blur effect and shit, and some glow effect when you play. Like when you play this, or when you play something like that glow effect. And some monitors, and I've seen somebody who did a tutorial where this whole glow effect was actually much stronger. Like, it's really subtle on my end. You can see it on the envelope there. And for some people, I could actually see, I was watching a tutorial and somebody was using Vital, and I could actually see that glow lit up the rest of the interface as well, ever so slightly around it. So those are things that I would assume uses your graphics card to do that. I'm going to reinstall Vital and see if that helps. Yeah, I would assume I would try that out. Yeah. 2.0 got released. What, Vital 2.0? No. Oh, you would recommend Faceplant? Yeah, Faceplant has been indeed released a version 2.0. I haven't used it yet. I like that sound though, that's really cool. What happens if we add more voices? Let's try 3 voices. We can make the THX music sim movie sound. if we tweak it right. So weird. The more voices we add, the more sort of like out of tune it's going to be, because see, it's creating all those extra harmonics in between. But let's play around with some of these modes, because these are really cool. Like we've got odd harmonics. Gonna get more of like a squarey kind of sound from that because it's odd harmonics. Got regular harmonics. See, it has more of that saw wave sound in it. Then you've got subharmonics, which it creates like an interesting thing below it. It's also different in your left and right ear, which is kind of interesting. But I would probably leave it like that, so that's so it's basically mono, but then add like some effects to it to make it wider, because if you do this, it's probably gonna sound really strange if we sum it to mono. Like, we can try, let's see. That's the sound. And then in mono. Oh. Oh, that's actually not too bad. I actually thought it was gonna remove a lot more. It still removes quite a bit, but it's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. So we might be able to get away with maybe like 50% or something. See, that way there's still a little bit of width, but if we sum it to mono, see, there's more bass still. It's not all going away. Now, it's if we have the width at 100%, what is actually going to happen? So if we have this width up to 100%, what it's doing? We have 2 voices, right? And they're both going to be sort of like opposite from each other in terms of the phase. So what you get is, since one of these voices is going down, I guess, and the other one is going up or something, you get sort of like 2 different pitches, I think, in both of you. I'm not sure. Let's see. Let's check. Let's verify. Let's do this, and we want to hear just the left. Oh no, it's actually in both channels. Ah, see? There's a lot less of the bass one in the right channel, and a lot more of the bass one in the left channel. In the right channel, the high layer is a lot louder. And in the left channel, the bass one is a lot louder. See, that's because we have 2 voices, and it just makes one of them sort of like, I guess one of them has more of the low harmonic and the other one has more of the high harmonic. Hey, let me give that one the band hammer. Goodbye. That should keep them away for at least 5 minutes until they made a new account. Like seriously, mate. I actually tweeted YouTube. I tweeted YouTube last week. I sent them. I have the direct connection on Twitter now with YouTube. I can actually send them private messages. So I sent them a private message because I was like, "Yo, YouTube, what is this with these bots? It's been like this for like a year now, and you haven't fixed it." They came back with like a reply. "Oh, thanks for reporting this. We're sending this on to our team right away." As if you weren't aware of this. Come on. It's been like people have been complaining about it for years, or for at least a year. But yeah, I did my thing. I tried. Let them know. Is this some phase clash? I mean, yeah. If you summon the mono, it is going to make some of the sound disappear. Of course, it will. The more the left and right channel are different, the more you're gonna lose of the sound when you summon the mono. So you wanna, make sure that you don't get too much of it. That's why I say maybe bring this down a bit. Then it's gonna be more, sort of like, there's still width, it still has that same kind of thing, but less. If we check now, it should be more similar. So left channel. And then the right channel. See, they're still slightly different, but a lot more similar than what they were before. And if we then summon the mono, we don't lose as much. So it's just a bit more consistent. Let's see what these other ones do, because there's some really cool ones, like these minor chord ones and major chord ones. Those are pretty sick as well. I'm not sure how much it's doing right now because that range is so big. Like I'm telling you, the movie startup sound, what was it, THX or something, that company? There's definitely a way how to make it with this unison, for sure. Do you program sounds in mono first or just as reference? I just know when to make sure that things are not too wide. And that's something that you learn with a lot of practice. You just learn it over time. Like, for me, it sometimes isn't even that easy to hear because one of my ears is a lot more fucked than the other one. Like, my right ear is my bad ear. My left ear is pretty much pristine, is better than most people's hearing. But my right ear is, like, worse than most people's hearing. So, for me, even like that, it's hard to hear sometimes. So, I also don't try and do too many crazy things with panning and stereo stuff. I do know when to have width, but like there's people that go absolutely crazy with stuff like that, but I don't, because I just don't. I already have a hard time hearing width in certain things. Depends on the frequency as well. Like the high frequencies are definitely rolled off a little bit on my right ear, and the low end is also kind of a lot quieter in my right ear. So that's something, like, if there's width in the low end, I have a really hard time hearing that, because I kind of still hear it, because I've had this kind of hearing for a really long time, so I've kind of got used to it. My brain at this point just compensates for it. But it's like, it is something that I do have more issues with hearing because it's so low, and that's where my hearing damage is. So yeah, for me it's the same thing. It's just years and years of going to parties without hearing protection. But when I was younger, people didn't. Like, these days you can buy those things really easily. When I was younger, DJs weren't even wearing it. So yeah, it's like that whole hearing protection thing came after I sort of like became an adult. So yeah, I went to parties back when there was no such thing. People were just literally standing a feet away, or like a couple of meters or a meter away from the speaker stack, just going crazy. Yeah. Then you're gonna get that. You've got 14, 15 kilohertz left. What, everything from that and down, or just everything between 14 and 15 kilohertz? That would suck. No, I do. I think I have the. I still have it here. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, like on my right ear, it's sort of like. Oh no, actually, the low end is still pretty fine on my right ear. Oh no, low end is pretty fine. It's really just the high frequencies and everything from like, I guess, 1K and up, it just starts rolling down. And the further you go up in frequencies, just the further it starts rolling down on my right ear. My left ear, though, is just like, there's like a straight line, basically. And it's literally just the same throughout. Like my left ear. Did I say right or left? I'm not sure. My right ear is the bad one. My left ear is basically good. And there's like a line also on that graph that tells me like what the average thing is for people my age. Mine on my left ear is like literally above that. It's just like it's pretty much at the 0 line, so there's like no hearing loss at all on my left ear. And my right ear is just fucked. But hey, you learn to live with it. Yeah, it could also be age, but no, that's not the case for me. I know it happened somewhere. I'm not even sure if for me it came from parties. Um, it could also been like when I was younger. I had one time where I was sitting underneath sort of like a bridge kind of thing. So it's like a really resonant kind of space, and somebody threw a piece of illegal fireworks inside, right next to me, and it exploded, and that exploded on the right side of my head. So could have also been caused by that. I don't know, but I know it's been like that for like more than 15 years. So yeah, at this point I'm just completely used to it. I know when it first happened, it really put me off. I had a really hard time. So like even enjoying music at that point. Like I was just like for like at least I would say 2 months or something. It was so weird. Like it was so weird. Just not fully hearing the thing that you had always heard basically, and it was really weird. But over time, I don't even notice it anymore at this point. Like if I focus on it, I do, but if I don't, then I don't even notice it. I guess it's like getting used to different speakers. Yeah, kind of. It's just your brain. But that's the thing, right? Your brain kind of fills things in for you, and um, over time it'll sort of like learn, like, okay, I have to sort of like basically recalibrate. That's basically what your brain does, and it just adjusts itself to the new situation. So even if you have hearing loss over time, you will kind of still be like, yes, you will notice it. Like for instance, if somebody speaks to me and he's on the right side of me, I might have a hard time hearing what he's saying if he speaks very fast or very muffled or something like that. I might have a hard time hearing it on my right side while I not have a hard time on my left side. So, you know, that's the only thing you might notice every now and then. Or at least that's it for me. But that's fine. Like I can turn my head. you know. And it's only when people like it's only in really noisy environments as well. Like if it's just a really quiet environment, nothing wrong. If it's like a really noisy environment with like a lot of people in the background and a lot of other chatting in the background, then I might have some hard times every now and then hearing something. But it also depends on who is speaking and how they speak and. So yeah, protect your ears, boys. Definitely. Dude, I know a mate of mine back in the day when we used to go to drum and bass parties here in Rotterdam. He fell asleep behind the monitor stack, like literally behind the monitor stack where all the baseboards are. He fell asleep with his head against the speaker, and he literally slept there for like 3 hours while it was the main sort of like headliner events of the evening, and he was just sleeping with his head against the speakers. No hearing protection. I mean, I haven't seen him in a while, but I can imagine. He's probably had some issues with that during his life. Yeah, and it was so funny. We were at the party, and we kind of lost him. You know, it was like, where the hell is he? And we well, whatever. Maybe he felt sick and went home or something, and he didn't tell us. I don't know. We at one point we just gave up. We were just like, oh, whatever. And then at the end of the night, the lights turn on, and we see him just like completely confused, just crawling from behind the speakers, like, what the hell is going on? Yeah, don't do that, boys. Don't do that. It's not smart to do that.
Once you get locked.
You can make some really weird sounds with these unison modes, like major chord. You can make some really weird sound effects with it. I find these harmonics ones to be really good because they are sort of like weird. That subharmonic one really worked. It sounds quite similar when they are further apart like this, like when the range is really big. Because normally this would be more like 2, right? So you get more. See, that's what it's doing, so. See, it moves them apart from each other. But when that range is so big, it just starts to become, I don't know, it just starts becoming something completely else. So that is an A sharp, that resonant note right there. A sharp is the 5th. So I'm getting a 5th up there. So yeah, that's actually correct. See, we've set it to 19. We've set this to 19, so we get an octave up and a 5th. And that's actually right. We do get an octave up and a 5th right there. But we also get some really low stuff below it. See? So if we just set this to unison and just or let me do this, subharmonics, let's go in here, let's do that, set that to the same pitch without any unison, so we can see, that's the note, the low note, but with the other one, the subharmonics, it creates that one and that one. See, that's the one, D sharp. Which is the note that was there? Right there. So that note is the one that's the one that we're actually playing. And here, see, that note is still there, but it creates 2 extra harmonics below it and above it. So that's what it's doing now. It's sort of like creating harmonics and it's moving them up and down. This track needs some weird granular effects. Oh, I agree. I agree. I would probably do some resampling at some point, like get some if we have sort of like a nice part going, you know, probably just chuck like a granular effect on the master, and then just route that into an audio track, and then just start muting things in here, so that you can just like if we don't have that much stuff at the moment yet for that to work, but let's say we put an output portal or something on the master, like literally just do it there. From the limiter, doesn't really matter too much, and just start messing with it. So let's just pick a preset, and if we now start muting things in here, we can sort of like play around with what it records, right? So like we can, for instance, say, okay, the kick is maybe a bit much here. See, and then we can really precisely say like, okay, we're just gonna take that, and then we'll just find something. Hey, I can swing the bang hammer another time. There we go. I mean, it's gonna clean things up. It's gonna be a matter of time until I've got a lot of them blocked. Like, I don't think they're actually making new accounts. I think it's literally just they have a lot of accounts. So, and they probably make new ones all the time. Yeah. It would also be something so simple for YouTube to fix. Like, all of the names that they use always have some vulgar language in it, or something like Tinder, something like that, or dating, or, you know, always stuff like that. You know, so I don't get why YouTube doesn't fix it. All they have to do is just bend those words from usernames, and it's gonna be fixed. Or I would assume YouTube can actually see it when a user spams the same message in a chat a couple of times in a row, right? I would assume YouTube can track that. It's fucking YouTube. They're huge. They should be able to track that, and thus it should also be pretty simple to prevent. And that's also what I told them in a private message. I literally sent them a message like, yo, how hard can this be? Like, come on. And yeah, they did respond though. They said like, thanks, we're forwarding this to the team, but don't get your hopes up. But I would assume it's something that's not too hard to fix, right? Anyways, we need some more stuff. Let's bring this art back. Let's see what we get. Yeah, I know.
Once you get locked.
Yeah, don't really like that ARP. I don't like this one either, to be honest. Like, might be nice to have that one come in later.
Once you get locked.
What can we add here, man? That's the question. Some noise as well, I think. Kind of a noise layer. Definitely need some noise in here. I have an idea. I've got a folder here called Sound Transit. I'm actually thinking of dropping this entire folder on my Patreon. This folder is from a, like, I obviously don't, well, maybe not on my Patreon, I'm not sure, I don't have the rights for this, well, fuck it, I could just put it on Patreon. But it's a huge folder, as you can see. This is from a website that used to be a site online. It doesn't exist anymore. And let's see, I don't think it is. Sound Transit? It's literally, yeah, it was a website called Sound Transit. Well, the new Sound Transit website is now a website for trains and train scheduling, I think. That was not what it was back in the day. Sound Transit was a website where people could upload field recordings. And I'm looking if I can find a screenshot of the old website. But when I search Sound Transit, I just get all bunch of pictures from that website I just showed you. Sound Transit field recording. Oh, there it is. So it was like this website, and it just had this map on it. And on that map, people could basically just go to this website and with an account, and then you could upload sounds that you had recorded somewhere in the world. And people would then upload that to the site, and it became this huge database of field recordings of literally all kinds of stuff. And you could then go and browse the field recordings and play them. It was kind of used as a website where you could travel the world and hear sounds from all over the world without actually going there. That was the main sort of like goal from this website. And it became a pretty big site where a lot of users uploaded sounds, and eventually it was taken down, or it was, yeah, it didn't exist anymore. But it had like this map thing with like all these different things, and you could zoom in on the map and find like different places, and you could literally zoom in further and further and see like the locations where the sounds were recorded, and you could click them and then download them. So I sat there for one afternoon. I think I had a script or something that I used. I think if I remember, yeah, see, you had this thing, and if you click this icon, it would play the sound. So what I did is I think I had a script that automatically downloaded all those audio files from the pages that I opened. So I was just going through the pages and just recording the sounds, and I have them all in a folder. So I might put that on Patreon, because the sound, it was actually a Dutch website, now I think about it. So soundtransit.nl is what it was. Yeah, it's now a blog. It's now a random blog with bullshit. But this used to be the domain where that website was hosted. It's something completely different now. What the hell? Just a random blog with bullshit. But the field recordings were really nice. I don't have them in WAV. They were all MP3s, but they're really good field recordings in here. There's like all over the world. Let's say here, Taipei rain. There you go. You know, it's like all bunch of stuff like this. Ain't so much in here. Like, all over the world. Different things. And this is so good for filling up your tracks with stuff. Like, there's even, if I remember things from Rotterdam. Yeah, where I live. Yeah, from the subway. I think. Rush hour in Rotterdam. Let's see. Does it have... I thought there were also ones with like inside of the subway train. This list is huge, but there's so much. An elevator in Berlin. Ries elevator, Berlin Stadtinstitut. It's probably a place in Berlin. But like you could say, yeah, I kind of like that. Drop it in. Unwarp it. And it's so cool to fill tracks up with. Just chop pieces out of it or loop pieces. Like those. See, like those things in there? You could say like, oh, I kind of like this section maybe. Take that. Go in here. Warp it. Do Control L so it loops that section. And then you can just go and do that. See, and you get sort of like a rhythmic thing. And nobody's gonna figure out where this came from, because these files aren't even available anymore online. So I might actually be the only person who has this, who has all these sounds from that website. I would assume the people that owned the website back in the day have actually backed it up when they took the website offline, but I don't know. I've never seen these files anywhere else. So I might just be the only person who actually sat down and downloaded all those files. And like I said, there's so many. Let me check real quick. Show and Explorer. Let me type. See how many there's in here. MP3. Let's go all the way down. 2,070 files. That's how many field recordings there are. Yeah, like some of them also came from other websites. Turbulence.org/soundtransit. And they were then probably uploaded to that. Does that website still exist? Turbulence.org? Turbulence.org/soundtransit? Page not found. No, see? It just doesn't work anymore. I know it was backed up somewhere for like a short period. I think it was that turbulence.org website where it was backed up for like a couple of months and then it was taken down from that website as well. I'm not sure why, but there's so much in there. So I actually see that I already zipped it up. It's 7 gigabytes, 7.18 gigabytes in total. Fuck you. So yeah, if you guys want to have that, I might drop it on Patreon. Since it's not available anymore anyway. Yeah, I knew like I was gonna be having a lot of use for those kind of things, so I was like, yeah, let me just back that up. Like for instance here, Paris Metro. Metro in Paris. Like that's so good. Like that's so good. There's all kinds of stuff. See, that's the thing, because it's like literally from people all over the world. You get all kinds of stuff. Walk to the office. New York Central Park. Easy monthly sample drop, yeah. I mean, this could be one of the months, yeah. Birds. Bats. Sound of bats echolocating or something. What does it have from Tokyo? Oh, quite a bit actually. Tokyo Metro. That could be a riser. Right there. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Ooh. Ooh. Big bells. Like if you're gonna go through here, through this folder, you're gonna find so many gems. Literally just click random things. Some weird. Click another one. Somebody having a phone call. Like there's literally so much random shit in here. Somebody recorded himself doing a phone call. Okay. Harris late at night. And for like foley, it's so good. A lot of ones from China as well, by the way. Were a bunch of people from China that were putting stuff there. Or at least people that were in China at that point. But there's really a lot of good stuff in there, so. Loftrum, yeah, they also make packs for Omnisphere, if I'm correct. Loftrum. I think they have a whole lot of packs for Omnisphere as well that you can get. Which would make sense if they have a lot of like field recordings, because a lot of their packs, if I'm correct, are a lot of like soundscapey kind of stuff and foley kind of patches for Omnisphere. So it would make sense. Can you play the track? Yeah, sure. We don't have a lot yet. We've mostly worked on the kick. Getting that one to sound cool. I might want to... Oh, yeah, I have an idea for that one, actually, for this section where the high pass comes in. But this is what we have for now. I was chugging this in, but let's see. I mean, it does kind of fit. Intro needs work though, but Okay, there it doesn't sound good. We might have to tune it as well. But I want to find like a sound. Maybe not this one, because this one was just quickly chucked in and see to show. But I want to find one that sort of like adds an interesting noise layer in the drop. Like that one is not really nice. But we can just take one of those files, a random one, and just chuck it in here. And it's gonna leave the loop the same size, so it is probably going to change the BPM here though. And we cannot have a loop when warp is off. That sucks. Oh. We want to find something that sounds cool in the drop. Huh? Uh-huh. We don't even have to do that. Interesting. See what I mean? Just find something that sounds kind of cool. Like that has that... What is that? Is that a child? In the distance? What is it? No, it's not a child, probably. Where's this from? Istanbul, interior of Hagia Sophia. What the hell? Hagia Sophia. What the hell is that? Hagia Sophia, Istanbul. It's a mosque. So it could be a child. It's just in a mosque that this was recorded. That's cool. You get to see things that you never knew. This was recorded right here. In this thing. That's where it was recorded. Oh, right there. Damn, that's nice. That's beautiful. I love places like that. Love places like that to photograph. That's so cool. I think it's this one. Yeah, interior of the Hagia Sophia when it was a museum. Wait, it's not there anymore, or what? Oh, okay. Interesting. See, so that's where that sound was recorded. So it would make sense that if there's a child there, see how small those people are, that it would really resonate. So it's probably a child, actually, that's in the background of that. No, it's probably just a child in that because it has the tone of a child. See, if we listen to the entire thing here. Like maybe a crying child or something. Something like that. Like a child crying somewhere for... And because of the reverb of the space, it just becomes this... Or it's something else, you know? It could also be... Yeah, it could also... I'm not sure if it would actually be a car sound. Because it's probably recorded inside. It says interior, and you're probably not going to hear cars inside of that place. Mosques are pretty big buildings, and you usually don't hear any sound from inside of the mosque, unless the door is open. Yeah, like a call. I think something like that. Maybe somebody, a child just calling her mother or something, you know? But it's cool, because it adds this really interesting thing that could actually work in a tune. if you repeat that. See, but it's, yeah, interesting. There's some clicks happening as well, but...
Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
Yeah, that sound I'm not... Let's just remove that for now. Yeah, you just need to find like a cool section in a file like that and just loop it over and over. It's easier if you just do it with warp turned on. You can just have that loop, you know, you can just do warp, bam, and just drag this out for as long as you need it. And then you can also mess with the position. That I like that so much more, because then you can also do this and just find like something else that works. Like there's almost like a, I think there might be cars in there. And it also gets pretty cool if you start looping shorter sections. So let's say 2 beats or 1 beat even. And you get really, that's especially good for like in a drop. Then it really get that sort of like thing that repeats quite quickly. And this file is maybe not the best one because it's very noisy. It's very similar. But if we have something with a bit more similar as well, let's see. See if we have a good one. That's loud as fuck, holy shit. Birds is not gonna be what I want. What the hell is this one? Oh shit, I forgot the egg salad. What? Fuck it. Yeah, you will have to adjust it a little bit, but... Let's go more towards somewhere around here. See, here we get a lot more stuff. Let's do 4 beats. Or 1 beat. Then it's gonna be really rhythmic and you can just find whatever works. I usually do 2 beats. I kind of like that. You get so like something like that, and then you just find something that works.
Wind speed direction is northwest 2. Pressure is 10 on the paving clean area.
On a ship or something. We can turn that into percussion. Percussion is only in my left ear though, but that's fine. I feel like that could be a nice percussion layer. Grab 4 of them. Yeah, it might be better. It's just, yeah, I'm just gonna drop you right on that beat so I can loop this. Percussion layer. And we should even be able to just go somewhere here. If this is in the same time, then it should still See if it does. Don't think it does. Oh yeah, that's actually still in time. So that is pretty much not really changing in speed. So we could even find different sections. And like, let's say you don't like the noise in it. You want it to be more actual, like a percussion sound. We can use a multiband dynamics. You can also use a gate. I like to use a multiband dynamics and use that as a gate. So let's turn this off and then just do that. Drag it all the way down and drag this one all the way down as well. Move that there. Move that there. And we can say shorten it up a bit. Let's do that so that and we now clean it up. And now we have pretty good percussion sound that we can use. I'm not sure if it will work in the drop, but I mean it doesn't. It works. It sounds cool, but I think it would be better for in the intro. Almost sounds like a clock. Like a big ass clock. What if we... Now this is off as well. I wish these were WAV files. That would have been even better. Yeah, well, if they were WAV files, they were even better. Then you could pitch them down a lot, and you would still have the, or at least I guess WAV files, and then also higher bitrate. But they're not that, so. We'll keep that in the project. We might be able to use that. We're gonna see how it works, though, if it works.
Once you get locked.
I don't like it in the drop. So I would like to find one that actually works in the drop and in the intro. Because then we have it sort of like continue and be this thing that sort of like sits in the background and so like also kind of, I guess, brings the two together. I I need to take a break real quick. I need to take a piss. So I'll just play this for now. You guys can listen to this. I'll quickly put some more stuff in here in terms of percussion. Let's see. What are we gonna have? Yeah, we also have that. So let me drop this here. You'll have some stuff for now. I'm gonna be back in just a little bit. Quick bathroom break, otherwise I'm not really gonna keep it dry out here. See you guys in just a little bit.
Once you get locked. Once you get locked.
I just noticed you guys are missing something, I think. The bass. Oh no. It's there. My bad. Yo, Chris. I do hear some stuff, but I'm not sure how to make it.
Once you get locked.
Like, I'm not entirely sure what we can do in the first section of the drop, but I'm sort of like hearing some stuff that we can do later in the drop. But for some reason, I hear it when I'm listening on my speakers and not when I'm listening on my headphones. I don't know what it is. Sometimes when I listen on my speakers, I hear different things and I get a different idea. So I'm gonna mute the mic real quick and do that and see if I can think about what I want to add and try and add it. I miss more rumble. It's fine for now. It's something that we want to work on, but oh, now you're gonna hear that twice probably. It's good enough for now. Like, I would probably add some extra layer to it. Oh yeah, I remember. I had an idea for, where is it? This one. Yeah. Here the bass goes away. Let's create ourselves another audio track here. And we are going to route the kick into that track. Now we'll just get this kick again here. We're gonna click that, and then we're gonna automate it on in this section, and then it's gonna go away here. It's gonna go on again there. It's gonna go away there. And then what we're gonna do here is we're gonna put a delay on this track. So we're just gonna have a delay, put that on here. And then when, let me also name this, by the way. This is the kick reverb, and then this is the kick delay. So there we have delay coming in when that bass goes away. Did I do it in the right spot? Yeah. So here we have this, no delay. Just a reverb. And then here comes a delay. Now we want to play around with it because this is a bit much. So let's loop this section and see if we can get that right. Let's set that to be all the way wet. And then we need to sidechain that as well. We need to grab an LFO tool. And we're going to sidechain this pretty heavily. Notary trigger. And then let's send another one of these. So let's just duplicate that one. And send that into the delay track. So that that one is triggered properly. I like that more, actually. Just want to create so like a little extra layer there. Put an EQ on it. Let's see what we have here. If we can boost here, it's not going to affect the main kick, because the main kick is right here when this is pretty much all the way down. Let's just do that. See, so here there's nothing happening there, so we can just freely EQ this one, and it's not affecting the main kick. Let's see what happens if we put a little bit of saturation or something on the kick group. See what we get then. Should we use trash? Saturn. Maybe. Let's do it in front of the filters so that it's saturating it and then high passing it. We need to hear it. Let's just hear this section. pretty subtle, but it just changed the tone of it. Create some extra harmonics, which is kind of nice. Need a drink.
Once you get locked,
Fucking knocked my drink over. Now it's probably... Well, let's wait with opening that. Let's find some kind of an effect sound that we can put in here. Some kind of a reverse sweep or something. Let's make an audio track. Actually. Group. Let's call that effects. Let's see, what do we have? Patreon packs maybe? Oh, I have those from the Patreon pack as well. That might actually be helpful. Might be able to use that in the drop. Let me check. Let me take one of these. Let's see what happens. I'm not sure why there's a little thing in them. I didn't even notice that. I mean, it's easily fixed, but...
once you get locked,
Come on, I'm thirsty. I didn't splash all over my keyboard. Let's try frequency shifter.
once you get locked,
That actually works really well. That actually worked really well. Not for the first part of the drop probably, but we can use this. Now, obviously that one would need a sidechain as well. That means we're gonna go into the kick and create ourselves another one of these. Send you to there. Or you can really... Now what happens when it starts pitching down? That's the question.
Once you get locked,
What's that mono stereo thing in the bottom right? Right here. That's a vector scope. It's basically just the image line wave candy plugin. And it's just a vector scope that shows me what the basically what the stereo is doing. So I can see how wide things are, and it's just nice to have, you know. I can see this is pretty mono. But if we, for instance, there's quite some width in this one. But yeah, it's nice to have. Hey, Ryan. Forward to the floor. Yeah, we are. I'm still thinking about what the top thing can do in the drop. We need an extra top layer, some kind of a synth thing in the drop as well. But I'm not sure what. That's the main thing I'm thinking about right now. It's like, what can we add in the drop to make it not just drums and bass, if you get what I mean. Like probably some kind of a synth thing coming in every now and then, maybe plucks, something that come in at the end of the phrase, like maybe... Yeah, I don't like that noise layer, so let's fucking get rid of it. Let's do that.
once you get locked,
Like we need where is the... Is that noise coming from? This one. Yeah. We're going to automate this. And we're gonna put that on. And then we're gonna turn it off right there.
once you get locked,
That's much better. With that gap there. But now what do we want to add here? in this section? That's the question. I mean, people are gonna say it reminds me of SleepNet, other people are gonna say it reminds me of Bunchin, and other people are gonna say it reminds me of Imanu, because all three have made a track with techno kicks. So it's like all three have done that. And that's the only reason why people are gonna say it sounds like that. But it really depends on what we do with it from here on. Like, if I'm gonna, like, I know, I do hear something here that could be cool, but I know that that is the synth thing that they're doing in the Purpose remix that Bunchin did. So I'm purposely not doing that, because it's gonna be too similar to his track. So I'm thinking about what else could we do on top of it. Because he has that, yeah, I think it's the Purpose remix of Bunchin, where he has like a drop and then there's some sound coming in on an offbeat, a synth sound, somewhere here. I think it's coming in. I'm purposely not doing that because it would be too similar and it would make people think of that tune, right? There's so many more tunes with in drum and bass that use techno kicks. There's a lot of them actually. It's just that most of them aren't really from that well-known artist, or most of them are more like really, really underground drum and bass, not really stuff that's popular. But there's a lot of artists over the years that have used techno kicks in drum and bass. I mean, this is still more techno than drum and bass at this point, but I'm fine with it. I'm all for it. It's cool. Just need to find the top thing that will work. That will basically make this whole thing come together. That's what it is. The elements are there for the drums. Those are all there. Like, we don't really need much more than what we've got here. Like all of this. That's pretty good. We might want to have some extra stuff coming in every now and then, but I don't really like that. But there's just, I don't know, we need something on top. That's a lot more important now than the drums. Might be a good moment to check my speakers again. One moment. Mic is going to be off because otherwise it bleeds into the mic, but I'll be back as soon as I got an idea. What's your PC specs? PC specs. Let's see if I know it from the top of my head. i7-7820X, cooled by a Corsair H150i Pro. 64 gigabyte of DDR4 3200, I believe. GIL, or what is it? G-Skill Vengeance RGB, I believe it was. What else do we have? We've got an M2 SSD. Yeah, it's one of the Gigabyte Aorus ones, and it's a 2 terabyte one. Then we've got an old Gigabyte graphics card, 1060. What else do we have? Another SSD drive, a regular SSD, which is a Samsung 860 Evo Pro, I believe. 1 terabyte one. It's my old SSD. What else do we got? What did I miss? RAM, CPU, cooler, graphics card, hard drives. Guess that's about it. Depends. 16 gigabytes should be enough for most people. But when you do music production, and the more samples you use, and the more like big sample libraries you start using, the more RAM you're gonna need. So if you deal a lot with like long audio files and like long resampled audio files, or like you work with samples a lot, samples are usually, especially when you use Contact, for instance, it'll load a lot of it to your RAM, so then it really helps. But 16 is enough for most people. And you can always upgrade. You know, you can just make sure that you have 16 and that you get like, that you don't get like 16 and fill up all your slots. You know, it's better to then just have like, I don't know, get like maybe even a single 16 gigabyte RAM stick so that you can put like a second one in later, or like, but then it would be best, like, it's always best to buy them all, you know, in one package, because RAM, you kind of do want to, I guess, make sure that they're, you know, working well together. I know the ones that I have, I literally just bought a pack with like 8 sticks of 8 gigabyte RAM. So it's like 64 gigabyte total. But that's also when I was playing a lot of City Skylines, and I was playing it very heavily modded. And that game, if I load that game, it would load like 70 gigabyte of like 3D models and all kinds of mods and all kinds of stuff into my RAM. So I needed that much RAM. And I also tend to use quite a lot of Contact in, not necessarily today, but in other kind of stuff. I do use quite a lot of Contact stuff. So for me, 16 was way too low, and I was just not capable of using a lot of the stuff that I wanted to use. So that's why I have so much. But I also bought my RAM when RAM was still pretty cheap, so you gotta keep that in mind as well. I basically waited for a good deal, somewhere around Christmas, I believe it was. I just bought like, I think I bought 32 first, and then a couple of months later I bought another 32. And a couple of months after that, the RAM prices went up, so I was sort of like right at the right time with it. I didn't know you could do that. Do what? Add more RAM. Yeah, you just download more RAM, bro. Just download more RAM. No, it's like, if you have enough slots, you can easily add more. Just make sure that you've got some free slots. Like, at this point, like, I don't really need more, but I do wish I might have just gotten 16 gigabyte sticks instead of 8 gigabyte, because then I would now still have 4 slots left. So I would actually still be able to upgrade to 128 in the future. Would I need to, you know? Right now, because I bought 8 gigabyte ones, if I do get to a point, let's say I'm doing, I don't know, some kind of a thing with video editing or whatever that requires a shit ton of RAM, and I need to upgrade, then if I now need to upgrade, I need to buy 128 gigabyte at once. I need to replace all the RAM that I have right now because I don't have any slots free. But I think I'll be fine with 64 for a while. I never really hit the max. The only time I brought my PC completely to a halt was when I used City Skylines, really heavily modded. That was the only thing that would bring my computer to a halt, of the things that I do. So I'm gonna be good for a while. Anyways, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, check on my speakers. Mic muting. I'm gonna check on my speakers. I'll be back in just a bit.
Once you get locked.
Not sure why it's not working. We have higher notes, so it should be able to trigger that, but it's not. I guess it is doing something, it's just very subtle. We use a vocoder instead. Uh, hmm. E.
Once you get locked.
fuck. I literally just noticed that I have my mic muted. My bad. I literally just did the entire stream outro, and then I noticed that my mic was muted. I was already thinking, why is nobody saying something in the chat while I'm saying my outro? I'm gonna stop streaming. Like I was saying, sorry for the silent part there. Like I was saying, I'll probably stream on Sunday. I don't have to work. I was just checking my work schedule, and yeah, literally, how long was the mic muted for? Probably like 5 minutes or something. I was just talking about how I was gonna stream on Sunday, and I didn't have to work, so I looked up my work schedule, and I saw that I didn't have to work, so I said, hey, I'm gonna take a break from this track right now, because I'm not getting anywhere with that top melody part or top synth part that I think it needs. So I'm gonna take a break, listen to some music tomorrow, and probably watch some tutorials, maybe some techno tutorials, and see if I can find like some cool inspiration in there, or listen to some other tunes and maybe get some inspiration. And then I'll work on this probably off stream tomorrow, do some stuff, and see if I can get like a palette of sounds going that are gonna be sort of like roughly in sort of like the direction I want to take this. And then I'll be back on Sunday, and then on Sunday we'll work on this again. So yeah, that was kind of what I was talking about, but the mic was muted, so sorry. If you have any ideas though, and if you have any I don't know, maybe you know some cool tutorials about techno, or you know a lot more about techno than I do, and you think, hey, you should listen to this artist, or you should listen to that, then join the Discord. That's why I dropped the link to the Discord in the chat. And join, and let me know, because I need some inspiration for this one, that's for sure. Now, I was talking about the kick drum as well, how the things that we did today, like the kick, is now a lot better than it was before. This little weird thing here is gone. That weird fluctuation in the sub is gone. The kick drum is a lot better now. It's not as long as this one. This one kind of like, this is sort of like the kick part up until here, and that's where the bass comes in afterwards. But that kick part, it's pretty long. Like, it's a full 16th note, and I guess for techno that's fine. But in drum and bass, that's still pretty long. Especially, I feel like the sort of like the pitch envelope on it like is quite long, compared to the kick that we made, which has a much shorter pitch drop at the start. As you can see, it's shorter than a 16th note, and at the end of the 16th note, it's sort of like already settled at the pitch that the sub is. Which is kind of a little bit more what I wanted. It makes it more like a drum and bass kick than a techno kick. But then with that drum and bass, or with that techno sort of like bass rumble after it. So it's kind of like a mixture between drum and bass and techno then, in terms of the kick, which is kind of cool. Whereas the other one that I had in the old version of the project was a bit more like an actual techno kick. But yeah, that fluctuation in the sub just was really bugging me. So we made a better one. That's good. But like I said, I need a break. I need to get some inspiration. So thanks for being here. And I'll be back on Sunday then. I'll probably stream from, I guess, 8 p.m. Something like that. Or maybe in the afternoon. Depends when I feel like it. If I kind of depends how late I wake up on Sunday. But if I wake up early, then I might stream in the afternoon. But it's probably gonna be the evening, like usual. So if you want to be there on Sunday, then you know where to join. Join the Discord and come have a chat, come hang out if you want. Send me some stuff that I might be able to look at. And other than that, yeah, I don't think I have much else to say. So that's gonna be it. I'll play this while we end. And I'll see you guys again on Sunday then. Have a good night. Peace.
Once you get locked.